TDS.
Test. Test TDS.
All right, everybody. Welcome aboard.
Here we are again. Oops. Forgot about one last thing. There we go. Now I'm in the right place. What's our shipbuilding looking like? We are 4 turns away from our first Battlestar. So we've just laid her down. When I hit the end turn button, this fleet of unknown size is going to fight this fleet. This fleet our current production here, Sagittarian is producing less than the other 2. I could move the Daedalus there to try and increase their production. I believe I'm bringing this fleet home to get more ships. Because I use their ships to augment this fleet that got kind of pasted. If they want to jump in, I do want to go up to Canceron, but there's story there that I don't want to start right now.
One of our allies is being attacked.
It seems to indicate that we have 5 more turns to worry about that. I don't have to jump in right now. Do I have the points to promote him? He needs another 190 experience points. Okay. Now it's only 630 Tylium to rush that. I have... Wait, pardon me, my daughter's texting me. All right, so what we've got, it's a Battlestar destined for this group, so I think I am going to rush it.
Battlestar Group is under attack.
And it jumped back instead of going where I would have jumped forward, not back. And 2 Cylon groups jumped it.
Battlestar Group is engaging hostiles.
I just can't jump where I need to go.
Escort Group is under attack.
I have a 100% chance to win. And I didn't save, so we're going to take the chance, and if we lose key ships, we'll just reload. We did not lose key ships. Look at the size of this fleet. Maximum size fleet. And I can't turn my ships to face them.
Hi Rob, sir.
Nigel, welcome aboard. One of the things about this game that still frustrates me is that it doesn't allow me to turn these ships during the setup. So they are required to be facing this way on the map. They can set up the enemy anywhere in space around the map, but I can't put the nose of the ship anywhere I want to. And we do not have a full fleet here. So even though it said we won the last engagement without a ship's loss, I think we lost a ship. There should have been 4 corvettes, there are only 3.
Fleet group is jumping in 3, 2, 1. The stream is still up and broadcasting. You've got the 12 colonies watching, Commander. No pressure.
No, I don't want that corvette.
Is this Battlestar Galactica from the original one or from the newer TV series?
Newer TV series, but it's based on the Cylon Wars.
On it, Commander. Yes, sir.
Escort clear zone intact. Priority 1 is in safe hands.
We don't even know what the... Defend the media crew and transport. Alright, so now I know that we have a media crew out here.
Yes, Commander. On it, Commander.
Escort clearance zone is active.
We have 2 squadrons of raiders coming in, so 2 of those are Talons. We don't know what that is yet. We have 3 squadrons of raiders coming in, so 3 of those are Talons. That's either going to be a Cerestes or what do they call the other one? The Nemesis. But these 3 in the back are Talons. Because that's where the raiders came from. This could be a Nemesis or a Ravager. And then these 3 are going to be either Cerestes or Nemesis. All right, that's a Nemesis.
Missiles incoming! Hostile unit identified.
We're going to choose that target. That target. No. You are going to take out Raider squadrons individually.
Understood. IFF confirms unit is hostile.
All right, looks like all of our unmarked targets are Raiders or Nemesis. On the off chance that those are Ravagers, we're going to turn, because if that's a Ravager, those are torpedoes, not
Yes, sir.
This thing should be taking one hell of a beating right about now.
Missiles incoming! Manticore is taking damage.
Keep getting on my tail. Take it down. Take it down.
Firing solution is online.
Understood. Manticore is taking damage.
Break! Break!
All right, these raiders. Looks like we've already eliminated one. But they are concentrating only on
Understood.
the target, which is bad news for this target.
Yes, sir.
All right, lay into him. I think you have one turn left before missiles. Yep.
Solution updated. Target acquisition maintained.
Manticore is taking damage. Civilian ship is taking damage.
All right, we have one more Raider squadron about to be destroyed. Force them into the firing arc of these ships here.
Understood.
No, you're not going to fire all your munitions at him. You're going to fire at him. Come on, I need to have you fire at him too.
Manticore is taking damage.
We know
Civilian
it.
ship is being attacked. We've lost a Manticore, sir.
Yeah, we did.
Reloading.
Hate getting forced into a battle that we may lose based solely on the fact that we lost a ship that was not reported as lost. No, we're not focusing fire on him. We're focusing fire over there. And you now have to pull that Raider squadron into the guns of the cruiser.
Missiles incoming!
Get him, get him.
Manticore is taking damage.
Yeah, see all those that missed right there? Those were probably fired at the Manticore that was destroyed. All right, the Raiders are gone. So now this can start getting the heck away from the enemy. Not what I intended to do.
So say we all.
I meant to do that.
Manticore is taking damage.
Plating breach, we're taking damage in hull sectors 30 through 45.
We've lost a Manticore, sir.
Yeah, we're fucked there. Another turn before we can fire missiles again.
Manticore is taking damage. Missiles incoming!
Why aren't you shooting?
Understood.
Something tells me I am not going to like this. And these ships did not turn where I told them to go, which is wonderful. This guy, however, needs to get the fuck out of Dodge. He has no subsystem damage. And he's not allowed to retreat.
Manticore is taking damage.
I think I just lost my last Manticore. I did. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to reload this save and not intercede in this mission. It's a mission that I can't win. Considering that the game stole a ship from me and gave me conditions I can't survive in. I mean, it's one of those situations where you start with your hand tied behind your back. And you're like, okay, that shouldn't be too terrible, right? But then you start losing ships, and you realize just how terrible it is. Especially because you started a ship down. That you never would have started that low on the ship. I have to get somebody into beta, Helios beta. And there's just nobody free to go there.
One of our allies is being attacked.
This fleet is only three Corvettes. So we already lost a Corvette somewhere that I'm not aware of. I'm wondering... how long it takes to get that presence up. That's a full fleet.
One of our allies is being attacked.
I'm well aware of that, intelligence officer. Phoebe is an unoccupied moon. But Erelon is... I need to do something about. Here, I thought they were at Erelon. They're not. They're at... Or I thought they were at Phoebe. They're at Erelon.
Set condition 1 throughout the station. Fleet group, Daedalus is under attack.
Now, Fleet Group Daedalus. Has one more brand new Corvette. We have an unknown group of 5 ships coming in.
Fleet group is jumping in 3, 2, 1.
You two are gonna slow the hell down.
Understood.
All right, I want everybody, I mean everybody, defense. Okay, and you're on defense too, right? Good. Everybody's set to defense. What I want. They're not set quite the way I had them on the battle map. Look at this bullshit. I had the two taller Corvettes set extremely tall and the shorter Corvette set extremely light and low. And they're kind of bunched together here. I don't want that.
Understood.
Action stations. Set condition 1 throughout the ship.
Yes, sir.
Drinks on the first nugget to lose their...
Hostile unit identified.
Celestes. God, I hate Celestes. I swear these battles are designed only to destroy ships.
Yes, sir.
They have an extreme range cannon, heavy armor, no missiles. We have that going for us. And as
Fighter
soon as
squadron
we
is taking
chose
fire.
a target, look at him pulling away.
Yes, sir.
No. We're gonna recall for now.
Understood.
Come on.
Understood.
I really don't like the way this game jumps when you group select. Or when you go to change a command.
Set secondary battery. Full attack mode. Fire at will.
And now this one is turning right back into combat. Because he knows he's no longer been targeted. See, this shit. Their coordination with my attack choices is so infuriating. It's like, we all know what your attack choices are, so we're going to act in coordination with your attack choices as you make them.
They're giving us a hell of a storm, sir.
Firing on target.
Should be a dead Cerestes right there. This Cerestes has no armor on his left side. Come on. Vipers are getting back there, and it looks like we've got our Vipers back here. So next turn I should be able to bring the Vipers back out. And what's our missile status? Not available yet.
Keep your target locked and watch for clearance. Optimizing firing solutions.
So say we all. Understood.
Solution updated. Target acquisition maintained.
This poor bastard doesn't know what's coming down on him because he's the one who got himself isolated. What do we have over here? One random Celestes way over here. We'll go after him in a second.
We're taking sustained fire.
Okay, he's got almost no top armor left. Try and stay above him. We're gonna come around, try and keep our side arc. We're gonna launch all squadrons.
Launching fighters.
Now's when the fighters actually start paying off because they can't be ganged up on by all the ships at once.
Escort clearance zone is active.
Yes, Commander.
Get your asses over there. And you two.
So say we all.
Make sure that you're positioning to cut that Celestes off from reuniting with the other group.
Is this really live?
Yeah, this is really live. Welcome aboard. It is a turn-based game. Let's see. We have guided missiles again. He's got no armor on the left side, no armor, almost no armor on the top side, so let's... treat him to the good news. No, 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 we're going after this guy with the missiles. But we're going to continue our pursuit of this guy with our guns.
Very familiar with RTSs, Homeworld was my jam.
So say we all.
BSG fan since the 80s.
Oh, I've been a huge BSG fan since I was a kid, when the original Apollo and Starbuck were going off on adventures. Dirk Benedict and Richard Hatch.
Plating is taking a pounding, sir.
And although I don't know how my father knew the actor who played the original Jolly, Tony Schwartz, and every time he saw his name in the credits at the beginning of the show, he'd chuckle and say, "Ha ha, Tony Schwartz."
Used to wiggle rabbit ears at 1 a.m. to watch it.
It was a great show for my young imagination. I can't tell if this is incoming or outgoing fire. If they actually got dumb and got in range of the station. But I think we've got this fight in the bag at this point. Once we broke up their strike group, I think we got
Commander.
this.
Reloading.
Adamant is taking damage.
3-2. Fire.
All right, one of the Adamants is taking damage.
Daedalus is under attack.
Daedalus is under attack, but that's okay. This one is still taking some massive damage. I can circle in on this group here with the... This is a right side armor deficiency. This one doesn't have any armor problems, so let's circle in on this group here. And we're going to boost them to attack. We're going to move them to attack as well. And heck, we'll even move them to attack.
Daedalus is taking damage.
Switching gun to manual.
Adamant is taking damage.
Coming.
All right, all the Cerestes are taking damage at this point. Well, all the ones we've directly engaged. We've got armor deficiency on the rear side. How do we have rear armor deficiency? Can we fire munitions again? No, they're still reloading. And then Vipers, you need to change your target. We cannot afford to lose Daedalus. I mean, Daedalus has got a lot of hull, but not as much as it needs. Be safe.
Adamant is taking damage.
That Cerestes is going to be gone in the next turn. This Cerestes is not... I've lost a Cerestes. There it is. It's not even damaged yet. This one's not damaged yet. We're going to slow down so we continue firing on this. Raise our altitude.
Understood.
And fire munitions, no. You're gonna fire munitions. Same target. Okay. The Adamants need to stay in the fight, but as missile boats at this point, 'cause the top one is losing its armor. It's not lost armor yet, but the bottom one has no right armor, so they're gonna circle this way. And we need to boost into combat. We can turn off the boost, return to advanced attack. You're going to focus fire on that unit. Lower your plane a little bit so that your range is reduced. They only have right armor, but the fighters are going to be swarming, so they're not going to hit only the right armor. Meanwhile, this guy's going to get hit in the nose and on the top with all these missiles. That should eliminate both of these.
Squadron has gone dark.
We lost one fighter squadron. Pull back on the throttle. Continue to bombard that Cerestes. I want both of you, not one. Why are you only selecting one? There. $20, $29, and $10. After they engage, I can recall them to replenish their numbers.
Understood.
Three out of 4 squadrons are being recalled. We still have not lost a single capital ship. Can they fire munitions yet? They can. You're gonna swing around.
Yes, Commander. Manticore is taking damage.
Yeah, because guided missiles can stupidly hit friendly targets on their way out. I still have a problem with this in-game, but I'm gonna let the missiles do their work.
Daedalus is taking damage.
That's one turn since they fired. This is 2. This ship is either going to have to turn in towards the guns of Daedalus or out towards
Daedalus
the
is taking damage.
guns of the fleet.
Manticore is taking damage.
He's chosen out towards the guns of the fleet.
Understood.
Launchers are still reloading.
Manticore is taking damage. Daedalus is taking damage.
We haven't used up the whole armory. It's a good day.
That should be the end of that.
No toaster's gonna do me like that. Not today.
And now we get the cinematic replay.
Action stations. Second edition 1 throughout the ship.
Drinks on the first nugget to lose their kill slot.
Set secondary battery. Full attack mode. Fire at will.
They're giving us a hell of a storm, sir. Nothing but the rain.
Firing on target.
I do love the cinematic replay mode.
Keep your target locked and watch for clearance. Optimizing firing solutions. Solution updated. Target acquisition maintained. We're taking sustained fire.
Now you see that Cerestes decided it was going to boost out of the target area.
Escort clear.
Problem for that Cerestes was
Plating is taking a pounding, sir.
he had been there too long.
Reloading. Adjusting shot by .32. Fire. Switching gun to manual.
Get him, get him, get him.
Incoming.
They're breaking. Push the line.
If we haven't used up the whole armory, it's a good thing.
And there comes the end of the
No
battle.
toaster's gonna do me like that. Not today.
We lost a few fighters, and now we can look at the data list did not destroy any enemy ships, did lose some fighters. The frigate did not destroy any enemy ships, did lose some fighters. The second frigate lost an entire fighter wing, did not destroy an enemy ship. One of our more experienced corvettes did not destroy any enemy ships, did some good damage, however. And then we have one of our less experienced but still experienced corvette destroyed 2 of the enemy ships. Another corvette, again one of the more experienced but not very experienced ship, also destroyed 2 enemy ships. And then our brand new corvette destroyed an enemy ship. So that was a pretty good fleet action, if I do say so myself. And now we have a brand new Battlestar deployed. It's an Artemis-class Battlestar, which follows the old series design, the 1978 series, I believe it was. So that's going to jump right into here. Because that's going to become the new flagship of Fleet 17. Our most experienced fleet gets the strongest ship in the fleet.
Detected a Cylon strike fleet, sir. A fortified colony is under attack.
All right, we have a 100% chance of winning this battle. However, there's a 30% chance of casualties. And I'm an idiot. I did not save. So I'm going to take the chance that I will lose some ships with the auto-resolve, because I have a second fleet there that I can combine the survivors into a single fleet. We lost Manticore and an Adamant, but we won the battle.
Fleet group is ready to jump.
Now here, we're going to transfer into Fleet 17. And here, we are going to set that as the flagship. Now, We have a Battlestar, which has 2 Viper squadrons. We have a Adamant frigate, which has 1 Viper squadron, another frigate, which has 1 Viper squadron, a Burn carrier, which has 1 Viper squadron, and then 1, 2, 3 corvettes. We may send one of these frigates off to as a matter of fact, I think what I'm going to do is send one of these frigates off on its own to get a new corvette sent in, because I prefer to have multiple corvettes working together. And now that I have 2, 3, 4, 5 squadrons of Vipers, I don't need 5 squadrons of Vipers. 4 is probably enough. I think I can send the Thea off to its own assignment. Now, what do we have left here? We have Colonial Fleet with an officer made up of 2 frigates, right? And then a Colonial Fleet that is 2 corvettes, 3 corvettes, and a frigate. And no officer. It's transfer to 64. Transfer to 64. So this is now a very strange group. It's 3 corvettes and 3 frigates. But it's 1 fleet. It's not my preferred fleet makeup, but it'll work for now. Intelligence has Alpha losing, and we have lost Helios Beta. Helios Delta is unstable. And that's where Arelon is. Because they've been occupied with a Cylon task force that jumped in there. By the way, that Cylon task force jumped way further than we're allowed to jump. Look at the Cylon grouping over here. And I can't even approach this group here. All right.
Cylon escort group has been detected. Action stations. Set condition 1 throughout Daedalus.
Cylons decided to attack Daedalus while it was still in the midpoint jump. Yeah, I'm still satisfied. Now, this is one of those things that just pisses me off. I cannot emphasize enough how much this pisses me off. It's not letting me put the station where I want it, which is over here. And the game doesn't allow me to turn my ships around. So they have to face the wrong way. Isn't that just delicious? And we have a 7-ship Cylon fleet jumping in. Well, I don't have a 7-ship fleet to defend with. And no save file to fall back to. Ah.
On it, Commander.
And I have nowhere I can go without crashing my ships. Do you know how far back my save is? Because I'm an idiot. No one to blame but myself, but look at this. Why is this a red move? Who's hitting what? None of their flight paths are hitting anything. It says it's a red flight path. I see no intersecting flights. And if the game would let me place my ships where they belong, there'd be no issue at all, would there? Piece of shit game. At times. I love the game, don't get me wrong, I really do. But simple things that they fucked up. How can I not be allowed to choose the orientation of my ships during ship placement?
Launching alert, Vipers.
There is no collision.
Escort clearance zone is active.
Friendly unit is down.
That did not happen. Nope. I looked at those paths. No ship was going to collide, and they exploded without touching each other. So you can go fuck yourselves. You can just go fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. I'm done with you. Forever.
Action stations. Set condition 1 throughout Daedalus.
I am 100% fucking done with that bullshit.
Liked.
Hey, go see, welcome aboard.
How's you?
Angry. The game flat out refuses to allow me to change ship orientation during setup. You can't decide where your ships are. Well, let me rephrase it. You can decide where they are. You can't decide where they're facing. However, the game can decide that the enemy is there, or here, or here. and then have you set up. But if I'm setting up and the enemy's over there, I'm gonna put the fucking nose of my ship over there. And since it won't allow you to, it creates a problem. And the enemy always starts facing you. Even though, well, we can't see the enemy, but they always start facing you.
Fleet group is jumping in 3, 2,
Oh,
1.
and we're already screwed because we're gonna do the same battle, but we're already screwed because I forgot to put a ship in the group. So yeah, I'm a little angry. And it's like they intentionally do stupid shit because they know people want to do things in the game that otherwise should be easily done. Wait a minute, why? What ships are here? I just told this to transfer to Daedalus Group. Come on. I swear, I am losing my fucking mind over this game, not listening to me. I'm trying to get a fleet free to go over here. If I go over to Canceron, I get stuck with this quest. I think I can postpone the quest. You can't still be spooling down. It's simply not possible that that fleet's drives are still spooling down. So yeah, it's frustrating. I just spent 2 hours doing battles and then having to reload because of a mistake and not having a recent save file, so I have to redo all of the battles. I'm going to postpone it, but I wanted that fleet in orbit to start increasing their... By being in orbit at Canceron, see how it went from 7 to 34? But I need a full fleet capable of going into beta and resecuring that group of colonies. I am not going to do that mission, you fucktards. Okay, hold on a second. This fleet is 2 frigates, and this fleet is 1, 2, 3 corvettes, 4 corvettes, and 1 frigate. This fleet doesn't have a commanding officer. So ideally, we transfer the corvettes to the fleet with the commanding officer. So this is now one, 2, 3, 4, and 2 frigates. Start a second Battlestar for that fleet.
Action stations. Set condition 1 throughout Daedalus.
After this battle, we will have a new save file.
Fleet group is jumping in 3, 2, 1.
Let's select the entire fleet. Put them all on heavy attack. I have a feeling I know what those 4 ships are.
Yes, Commander.
5 ships, I should say, sorry. And you see, even though I stationed them at more extreme height differences, they're actually quite bunched.
Launching fighters.
Action stations. Set condition 1 throughout the ship. Drinks on the first nugget to lose their kill slot.
We're going to send 1 squadron out to determine what our target is. The other 3 we're going to put on defense. Yeah, we'll put them on that defense. All right, that'll give us 1 Viper squadron doing scouting. I want you doing absolute minimal advancing. And I want you doing absolute minimum advancing. So I want your firepower ready for work.
I got a tube of firepower waiting to make a new friend.
You still have a mission to... Come on.
Escort clear zone is intact. Priority 1 is...
Fighter squadron is taking fire.
Escort clearance zone is active.
Hostile unit identified.
All right, we have a group of hostiles identified. Let's break them apart. All Vipers will be recalled.
Recalling squadron.
That's a good target. Same target, that's good in our book. You are going to make a turn and slow attack.
On it, Commander.
Firing on target.
They're giving us a hell of a storm, sir.
All right, we have one Cerestes down. It's a good start. And being it's a central one, it's creating a wedge. This one's already moving this way. We're going to continue fighting in the center here.
Understood.
We're going to focus fire. That's right. We're going to focus on that one.
Firing solution is online.
All right, we're going to alter our firing solution right now. Going to turn slightly. Going to cancel and focus fire on the next one in line. As is the Corvette squadron.
Keep your target locked and watch for clearance.
Optimizing firing solutions.
Adamant is taking damage.
Adamant is taking damage. It's the second adamant, so we have to steer that out of a left justified position.
Understood.
But this target needs to continue pulling fire, so we're going to slow our asses down.
Adamant is taking damage.
Solution updated. Target acquisition maintained.
We're taking sustained fire.
We're going to, instead of firing their munitions on the same one, we're going to alter the targeting. And now the wolf pack will turn on this one. And put their fire onto the one that's coming up there. We have both those selected.
Understood.
They are going to launch all squadrons.
We're taking fire.
Target is 34 by 99.
Adjusting shot. Point.
Adamant is taking damage.
Fire.
This This one's going to go down, I believe. Which is exactly what we need to happen. I only have 3 squadrons. It means I lost a squadron. We're going to select a target.
Yes, sir.
This one's going to take missiles in the right side that has no armor, so they do not need to continue pursuit. They can instead turn and they'll try and focus their fire on their closest adversary. The one that's running over here has probably the best chance of surviving this missile barrage, but he's not likely to do well with it.
Adamant is taking damage.
Reloading.
Okay, now we are in that rear firing arc. Launchers are still reloading, okay. Getting that down to armor out of his firing arc. This guy's gone, so we don't have to worry about him. This guy's going the wrong way to be of any threat to us, and then there's this guy way over here who's not a problem. We're not doing bad this time out.
Adamant is taking damage.
Sustained incoming, Vector 4-5.
All right, this guy is suddenly got a left armor problem. He can't engage the big ships and the fighters at the same time.
On it, Commander.
Missile tubes are still reloading. Both of these adamants have lost their right armor. And they sustained hull damage. One is at 58, the other is at 62. Not terrible, but... And it's showing that we have 3 fighters still in the field, but one of the adamants, the Dayton, has lost their Viper squadron. this guy's about to go down. We have one Celestes left. No, we have two. This one and this one. I'm going to send the Vipers to deal with the damaged one. And I'm going to turn these out this way because they have left armor that's just fine. And these guys will fire their munitions. These guys are going to hold until they clear the station before they fire their munitions, because I have a feeling this guy's going to come this way around the station. These guys will boost so they can get around the station. Now, if he turns up under the station, that could be an issue, but we'll see. Of course you chose the wrong target, computer, because that's how you do things.
Yes, sir.
It actually looks like, on my screen, I don't know if you're seeing this, his direction of travel is this way. We can see that. But the direction his ship is moving is this way, which means he's moving a different direction than his ship is moving. And I'm not allowed to do that. I'd like to know how he is. I think he's racing for the dust cloud. And yes, they've destroyed the other target, so they only have one target left to destroy, and they did take some damage in the process, but there is no need to recall them. All right. Let's turn that booster off, get back to attack mode.
So say we all.
Booster off. Attack mode. Launchers are reloading, so that means the others are as well. He has no rear armor and has taken roughly half his, or a third of his hull points and damage, but he does have armor on the front, right, and front and left secure, so we are going to need those fighters to be chipping away at his right side while we approach from the left.
That's what you get, frackers.
No toaster's gonna do me like that. Not today.
He's now in a world of danger because his right armor is being chipped at, his front armor is being chipped at.
So say we all.
And his top armor is being chipped at. He is most unfortunately being pounded by this crew of very well qualified corvettes.
Time to clean up and go home. If we haven't used up the whole armory, it's a good day.
All right.
Action
Again,
sequence.
cinematic
Set condition one throughout the
replays
ship.
are
Drinks on the
very
first nugget to lose their kill slot.
much the best part of the game.
I got a
get
tube
myself
of
a tea.
firepower waiting to make a new friend.
Escort clear zone is intact. Priority 1 is in safe hands. Escort clearance zone is active.
Firing on target.
That Celestes just didn't stand a chance with all of that firepower and the first volley.
Keep your target locked and watch for clearance.
Optimizing firing solution.
Keeping all the firepower centered
Solution updated. Target acquisition maintained.
the middle of their formation really
We're
forced
taking
them
sustained
apart.
fire. We're taking fire.
Target is 34 by 99.
Adjusting shot. .06. Fire.
Reloading.
And forcing that unit separation is what
Sustained incoming. Vector 4-5.
in my opinion, with the Celestes, that's what you have to do. Because they'll come in together the same way that I'm using my Corvettes together. That's what they'll do with their Celestes. They'll come in together using that long-range firepower. And they'll pick a target and just decimate it. And this replay might actually let us see the Vipers destroying the Celestes that died off screen. I think that was
Got
it
them now.
that we just saw.
That's what you get, frackers.
No toaster's gonna do me like that. Not today. Time to clean up and go home. If you haven't used up the whole armory, it's a good day.
All right, let's take a look at what we've got here. Daedalus Station lost 11 fighters between 2 squadrons, so they didn't lose a whole squadron. The Amunet lost 2 fighters, so they did pretty good. Unfortunately, Dedun lost the entire squadron. Dedun did, however, destroy 2 enemy ships. That would have been by direct fire. Then we have the most experienced Corvette in the group. Did not destroy an enemy ship, but definitely did a lot of damage. The second most experienced Corvettes, between the 2 of them, they destroyed 1 enemy ship. And then our least experienced Corvette did a lot of damage, but did not destroy any enemy ships. Overall, I would call that a well done defense. We are postponing that. We are now saving the game to a new save location, all of its own. Geminon is requesting intervention. So let's take a look at Geminon. They can't give us any Tilium. There is a Cylon fleet there, but there's a basically there's an event going on there that's causing... I don't want to do the event. That's the whole reason I'm not going. When the event is over, in 3 turns, I'll go fight the Cylon fleet. Until then, I'm not going. I am going to rush this Battlestar out. And it can jump to here. I'm going to build a Corvette and rush it. And it too. No, I'm trying to click the Corvette. Come on. Could you get the things out of the way? And it too can jump to here. Because this, I'm going to remove one of these frigates when the Battlestar joins. And send the frigate to start a new fleet group. Because the frigate is experienced.
Set condition 1 throughout the station. Fleet group, Daedalus is under attack.
I really dislike what's going to happen right now. Because I have to fight over and over again. We have no idea what these 7 ships are. But at least they didn't put them behind me this time. And I have my ship disposition set up the way I prefer it. Now you can see there is quite a height difference in these ships. They will not be that far apart when we enter the battle.
Yes, sir. Launching alert Vipers. Yes, sir.
All right, watch for smaller ships to show up. The smaller ships will be raiders. And if there's raiders, that makes Talons. We're going to advance slowly. That'll put my Vipers up near the front in case I need to go after raiders. But if they are Celestes, they have such an overwhelming amount of firepower that my first move will be to recall the Vipers, get them refitted, because they're going to take some damage, and then we'll take Celestes or two down using direct firepower. And move forward from there.
Escort Priority 1 still online.
We do have
Escort 0 is intact.
Talons.
Priority 1 is in safe hands.
This one's turning off right away. Looks like he's trying to bait us. I don't like being baited, so I'm not going after him. But these raiders, as they come in, will be having to be dealt with. Everybody's on a slightly lower plane than us, so I'm going to try and match to keep my lowest Corvette in a position where he can fire.
Not today, Tin Can.
Those are Nemesis. Nemesis
Missiles
have
incoming.
missiles. Come on, give me my Vipers. All right. We're going to select a target.
Understood.
We're going to take out that raider and hopefully while driving forward here, we'll focus fire on that raider because we have a firing solution on him right now.
Manticore is taking damage.
This is what we do!
Hostile unit identified.
Fire! Switching gun to manual.
Hostile unit identified.
All right, we have identified all the hostile units that we need to identify immediately. We are going to start the engagement.
So say we all.
Nemesis is being engaged. There were 3 squadrons of raiders. How many do we see now? We see 2. One is at 45, one is at 48. What's our Vipers? We have Viper at 24 right now. We can't afford to let the raiders stay in place. So that's right. Take out them raiders. You focus fire there. Fire your munitions there. you focus your fire on that, and we'll even do a little bit of maneuver to give ourselves better firing arc. And we're going to fire our munitions. Yeah, I'll fire them on that. See, they don't have as much hull or armor as a Cerestes, so I think I can safely divide my fire.
Bogey in my
Manticore is taking damage.
We're gonna hammer these frackers so they can't get back up.
All right, we have a Nemesis down. One already been damaged severely. We have one squadron of raiders almost gone. My Vipers are not actually all that damaged. Oh. Try not to oversteer. We're losing a Manticore.
On it, Commander. Friendly unit is down.
Fire solution is online. Reloading.
Set secondary
This one's
battery.
gonna-
Full attack mode. Fire at will.
This one's going down. These raiders are about to go down. We lost one of the experienced Manticores. Still reloading missiles. It's okay. This Manticore is going. This Nemesis is going down, and then we'll be able to missile the undamaged one. What do we have here? What's hacked? It looks like they're hacking fire control, but we still have fire control. So we're going to continue, because the one that's doing the hacking is the one that we're targeting. I think we've got this right now.
It's gonna take more than that.
IFF confirms unit is hostile.
Not today, fracker. Not today.
They've decided to hack a different unit. That's kind of a mistake. Take out the hacker first. Launchers are still reloading.
Yes, Commander.
We still have good armor on both of these.
Plating is taking a pounding, sir. Optimizing firing solutions.
Manticore is taking damage.
All right, missiles are going out. No, we are not firing missiles at that one. We're going to let our guns take that one out.
Manticore is taking damage.
Yes, I know. We are eliminating
Incoming!
Talons as fast as we can. This Talon should go away relatively quickly. Still has bottom armor. Does not have bottom armor. Does not have bottom armor. So our best maneuver would be to try to boost out but that's going to take us over their guns. So instead, we are going to turn away. And let our fighters help us out. I don't see the Vipers. Oh, there they are. I really want to eliminate that target right there.
Manticore is taking damage.
Nothing but the rain.
Yes, Commander.
They will continue their firing on that target as they leave, and then their rear turrets will be facing the target.
Yes, sir.
This one's got one hit point left.
Understood. Manticore is taking damage.
All right, we got him. All right, this Talon is running. Unfortunately, not in a helpful direction. I need him. The rear turrets of this trailing unit are going to engage him first. We don't have missiles ready yet, do we? We just fired. Yeah, still reloading. It's okay. We got this.
Manticore is taking damage.
The three Manticores, but this was the one that had the turrets facing. So it's got rear turrets facing.
Missile tubes prepped. So say we all.
Now we can move together. I want to see what the damage is left on this one. Yeah, I think munitions are needed there.
We're taking fire!
Yes, sir.
He's done. And unfortunately, they fired missiles at him, so... Through me, right? Miscalculation.
On it, Commander. Manticore is taking damage.
He still has left armor. And top armor. He needs to get himself down to the deck. and keep his left side facing them.
Yes, sir.
One turn to missiles, probably. This one's getting its ship chipped at by the Vipers, but
Understood.
all right, we got the Manticore out of here. So it's 2 frigates and the Daedalus against a Talon.
On it, Commander.
I think we've got this worked out.
Yes, sir.
think we want to turn off the boost. All right, we lost 3 corvettes. We can reproduce those on short order. We jumped out the damaged corvette. The Dedun... Ironically, none of the corvettes destroyed any ships. That's not possible. Because according to this, we only destroyed 2 enemy ships then. We destroyed 7 enemy ships. Let's watch the replay. Sometimes the game is counting bad.
Escort Priority 1 still online.
Escort clear zone is intact. Priority 1 is in safe hands.
We're going to accept the loss of those ships as we do with
Not today, Tin Can.
reverence. Those Nemesis ships revealed themselves and did a lot of damage to our corvettes.
This is what we do!
Before
Adjusting
we
shot
could-
by .15. Fire! Switching gun to manual.
Open fire, and I really,
Bogey in my kill slot! We're gonna hammer these frackers so they can't get back up.
I wonder
Fire
why
solution is online. Reloading.
Set secondary
At
battery.
times,
Full attack mode. Fire
I
at will.
can't fire on Dratus contacts that
It's
are
gonna
already
take more
shooting
than
at
that.
me.
Target is 62 by 99.
Not today, fracker. Not today.
If it's a Dratus
Hey, you
contact
take the
that's
pounding,
firing on me, I should be able to
Optimizing
shoot
fire
at it regardless of
Firing on target.
whether I've identified it as Type X or Type Y ship.
Incoming! Nothing but the rain.
There goes the last of the Nemesis ships. Those are the ones that are really heinous because of the hacking. But those Talons, those anti-aircraft batteries are really terrible. Once your armor's been split off.
We're taking fire.
But I think that we got something going here, because remember, I'm going to be sending another ship back to Daedalus. They're trying very hard to get away and still do damage to the shipyard. There go those frigates coming in. All right. Canceron is giving maximum. I have to go back to Aquaria with the fleet, which they're not giving maximum anymore. So you're jumping back to Aquaria. Okay, you are transferring to Fleet 17. Hold on, let me see here. You're 7 of 7. We're making you the flagship. Nyx is a very experienced ship. Thea is a very experienced ship. As is Percy's. Burn. It might pay me to send Burn to Daedalus. Let's take a look at Burn's got a lot of guns. Got a 10 hull point Viper squad. So it looks to me like my best choice here is to detach the Burn and transfer in the Corvette, then jump the Burn into there. in my shipbuilding. I still have 2 turns. And then my intelligence says, Helios Gamma is happy. I have to get a fleet to Helios Beta, which is why I've got to get a new fleet put together for Helios Delta or Helios Alpha. So what's going to happen is our commander who's working with Daedalus is going to get his own Battlestar fleet.
One of our allies is being attacked.
He'll get a Battlestar. I just spent a lot of Tillium to get them battle ready. See how they
New
jumped
Artemis
in?
has been deployed.
See how they jumped in there immediately? Does not have enough fleet points for ship. Ah, okay. Gotcha. He should have enough experience points, however. Let's detach one of the capital ships then. And what's the best capital ship to remove? The one that I wasn't sure I wanted to begin with. We're going to why can't I make that the flagship? Oh, the Daedalus is the flagship. Duh. All right. That makes sense. Fleet group Daedalus is 4550 out of 5,000 fleet points. How many fleet points does... That costs 500 fleet points. So how many fleet points is this? It's 450 points short. All right, folks, I'm going to take a quick break. Please feel free to run to the restroom, grab yourself a drink, get a snack. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. Okay, I'm back. We need to build up some more thallium. Alpha is not happy with us. The answer to that, of course, is to deal with this Cylon fleet now. Which I feel we can do. Now that we're not. Dealing with some plot story that I didn't want to fight.
Hey Rob. Is that a Battlestar I see?
That is a Battlestar, you see. I now have 2 of them.
Nice.
The Daedalus fleet has one. And my most experienced fleet has one.
Fleet group has its coordinates. Fleet group is ready to jump.
Gotta combine this fleet. And then they'll go make this area happier. And then this fleet, it needs to be built up so that they can trek their way over to Beta and bring them back into the fold. The Cylon Fleet 78 has been sitting here, but it's an uninhabited gas giant. And Pycon is not unhappy. Tauron's not exactly happy. But Geminon is now improving with my fleet there, so I don't dare move it to go to Tauron. Once I get some improvement out of Geminon, either I'll have another fleet move in and go to Tauron, or I'll move this fleet to Tauron. Yeah,
I have
save
to
over
say,
that.
I don't think whoever put that pool table together followed the instructions properly.
No, and the balls are just anywhere.
Fleet group is ready to jump.
All right, that's Fleet 51, so we're going to transfer to Fleet 51. How could you not have enough fleet points for...
Purchased from IKEA.
I agree, they probably got it from IKEA. All right, you don't have enough fleet points, so you're jumping... And you need to start... You need to start making Corvettes.
Fleet group is ready to jump.
You have to wait 2 turns before you can jump. One turn left before those Corvettes come. So we're just going to save. Yes, overwrite.
Detected a Cylon escort fleet, sir.
I should have combined that.
Escort group is under attack.
We have a 43% chance of losing that battle.
Corvette is ready for orders.
We won. Which, ironically, made that group small enough to combine with the Corvettes I just built.
Fleet group is ready to jump.
You know what? Let's cancel that. You jump here. Yes,
Fleet group is ready to jump.
Spend the 10. Because if Cylons try and jump that fleet, I can defend it with the Daedalus group. Instead of having one group of 2 ships and 2 groups of 1 ship. Watch your jump timeout. I'll spend the 80.
Cylon strike group has been detected.
And look at that. They tried to jump the individual ships.
A fortified colony is under attack.
I get to see what a Battlestar is gonna do now. I happen to have a fleet with more firepower than I've ever had, sitting at a place where a Cylon attack group came. Unfortunately,
How long have you had the Battlestars?
about 5 turns. I'm making a Battlestar sandwich here.
Oh, so this stream?
Yeah, they only just got put in the field. More firepower than I've ever had. Where's the enemy? There they are. Only 3. They're gonna wish they brought more.
Launching fighters. Yes, Commander.
With mayo involved.
Can't
Yes,
make
Commander.
a proper sandwich without mayo.
Prepare flak ammunition.
Mag Cats are green and locked.
6 Viper squadrons. That's gonna be a lot more fighters than any enemy has seen me put out to date.
On it, Commander.
Gotta get our attitude up a little bit because we have nose guns. Nemesis class ships.
Missiles incoming!
All right, we're starting to break apart as a cohesive group here, so
Chatbot is refusing to post my comment about my idea of a Battlestar sandwich. Is my being caught between Grace Park and Trisha Helfer?
Oh, that's a good sandwich to be a part of. The Battlestar is a little slower than the frigates.
That's where my Mayo comment came in at random.
Yes, sir. Manticore is taking damage.
No shit, Manticore's taking damage.
Hostile unit identified.
All right. We are going to destroy that which we don't understand. Yeah, the Vipers are willing to target the thing that they haven't seen yet. But I can't target the thing that I haven't seen yet.
Manticore is taking damage.
Reloading.
Yes, sir.
Do the Battlestars come equipped with nukes?
Well, we have missiles. I don't think they give them nukes. Let's see what my ordnance is. I have guided missiles. I can set up flak. So that's a good thing. And of course I can... That's the one thing that the flak is really good against incoming missiles or incoming enemy fighters. Boy, it sucks to be you right now, Nemesis.
Keep your target locked and watch for clearance.
Actual says to mop up and prepare for extraction.
On it, Commander.
Sweep the decks and prepare for catch. We're done here.
They jumped into the wrong battle. I think they were trying to catch one of the single ships.
Prepare flak ammunition.
It looks like the Battlestar is giving that frigate a piggyback ride.
Mag caps are green and locked.
Reloading.
Keep your target locked and watch for clearance.
Actual says to mop up and prepare for extraction.
Sweep the decks and prepare for catch. We're done here.
And this frigate killed 2 Nemesis-class ships. There were 3 of them. Who killed the other one? Nobody knows. It died of fright. Okay, what are we here for? We've got...
Does kill XP go to individual ships then, or the commander?
Each ship gets experience, and the commander gets experience. So, if you look right here, this officer has a certain amount of experience. I look here, I can promote him. Are you sure you want this specialization? Get 2,000 more points? Yes. Now, when I look at the fleet, it has 4,550 out of 6,000 fleet points. I can put one more ship into this fleet, which means I can have 4 corvettes. Or I could have put the burn back in here. Because if we look at the burn, or the Berserk carrier, its fleet points are 650. So, previously, he only had 5,000 fleet points. He wouldn't have been able to add that ship. Now, the Manticore Corvette is only 500, but you're capped at 7 ships for the fleet. Now, the Corvettes are really handy because they go out and do a whole lot of in-your-face fighting. There is a ship I have to research. The Ranger Cruiser. It has guided missiles out the butt. And it's more heavily armored than the Corvette. However, in order to research it, I need more research requisition points. And until I research it, it won't go into the ship build area. Once I have it researched, I can start replacing my Corvettes with some of these Ranger cruisers. But you see, they're worth 950 points each. So that's 450 points more in a fleet. So that means my commanders have to have a lot more skill. I also have this one. See, this could cost me $13.50 to research as well. I also have this one that I have to research at some point, which it's not a strong warship. In fact, it's very brittle, but it reloads the missiles on my other warships. So what it does is you have a limited number of times in a battle that you can launch your missiles, and then your ship no longer has them. In an extended battle, this ship in your fleet will take 2 turns to ferry a reload of missiles into your ship, and then you take 3 turns to reload your tubes. So for 5 turns, you're not firing, but then you're firing again. Whereas normally you fired all your missiles and now you're out. That's going to come into play later in the game when I start running into the really big Cylon ships and the base stars. But as you can see, it's got no guns, and it's just missiles.
Does that reload capability overlap if you deploy more than one?
If I had more than one in the fleet, it would benefit more than one ship at a time, yeah. But as far as I know, having just one reloads all of my ships. I mean, I can check to see if I need more than one. One Celestra will reload all units in a fleet, but it operates on turn-based system, meaning it can only resupply or repair a limited number of ships per turn, not all of them simultaneously. The Celestra can only reload ships located within its red ring, its reload mechanism, so it has to move to within its range of the ship it needs to reload. The turn-based restock, while a single Celestra can restock munitions, nukes, missiles, and mines, so there are nukes, for the entire fleet, it takes time to patch up armor. It can repair armor. For multiple ships, making it efficient to spread out damage or use it for specialized resupply, such as switching to guided missiles after a nuke is fired. One per fleet is generally recommended to have at least one Celestra in every fleet for support. While a Celestra is usually enough to support an attack group, using more than one can allow for faster reloads or repairing multiple ships in larger fleet engagements. Of course, I think they're talking about skirmish mode, where your 7-ship fleet limitation is lifted, where you get to design your fleet based on agreement between the players.
Gotcha.
And as for nukes, you get one. They have one ammo per slot. So if you have 3 nuke launchers on the ship, you have 3 nukes. All right. There's several strategies that require Celestras. Your best bet is to put multiple Artemis Battlestars into, like 3 of them, into a single fleet. And with that configuration, you then put a Celestra in the fleet with them. You fly it at the same level as the central Battlestar and let the flak field defend the Celestra. Because Cylons are just going to send raiders and guided missiles at the Celestra every time. So if that helps. And yeah, I was pretty much aware that the Cylons are going to launch missiles at it. The Cylons launch missiles at all of my ships from outside of normal range frequently. If you're outside of Dratus range, they're not supposed to be allowed to target you. But they do. We're going to transfer you into Group Daedalus. Group Daedalus now has 1, 2, 3, 4 corvettes, 2 frigates, and a Battlestar. We're going to start building another Battlestar. And the entire purpose of the Battlestar, that's Fleet Group 64, so I want this group to join Group 64. The frigates are eventually going to be replaced by the Battlestar, and they'll go on fleet duty separately. So this frigate and this frigate, which have been doing great work, will eventually be replaced by Battlestars. But this fleet here has the 2 most experienced frigates in the fleet. They'll probably get spun off into their own fleet and be given a commander of their own. And this commander will be given 2 new Battlestars to make his battle group from.
How many fleets can you have?
You can technically have a fleet for every planet. This commander can have 1 more frigate, but she doesn't, because I sent her on her way before it was ready. This commander cannot have 1 more frigate. So this commander is going to jump. We're headed for new territory. But first, we're going to check our intelligence here. We have good growth here. They're concerned, but in a positive direction. I'm going to leave them where they are for the moment. They're concerned, but in a positive direction. Geminon is still concerned, so I'm not going to jump this fleet out yet. I'm going to leave these 2 right here for now. When it comes time, Daedalus will jump in here and we'll drop the Battlestar to jump here. So our current build time is 4 turns. In 3 turns, we'll make that jump. So when the Battlestar drops out of the queue, it can finish its build and then jump over here. and we'll drop a frigate out of this. Now we have to remember that the Nyx class frigate is 750 points. This is 1550 points. And this fleet can have 950 more points of ship. So if I take out, I currently have 950 points worth of ship available. If I take out another 750, I have enough room for another Battlestar. Because that's the same as taking I have 950 available. Add to it the 750 that I'm removing for the frigate. That's the same as adding 700 to 1,000. That's 1,700. And I'm only trying to put in 1,550. And that'll give me 2 Battlestars and 1 frigate. So that'll be 2, 4, 5 squadrons of Vipers. So currently I have 4 squadrons of Vipers. I'll be upping that by 1 squadron of Vipers, even though I'm losing a ship. I'll also be upping the firepower because Battlestars have significantly more firepower. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that conversion. So we have 3 turns to worry about. Let's make sure that we're saved. We end the turn.
Detected a Cylon escort fleet, sir.
We have a 100% chance to win. This is a battle up here. I just saved, so we're going to auto-resolve, and hopefully we're going to win without losing a ship, or throwing against 22% chance. We're going to reload that because we're not losing our officer over that. We'll try auto-resolving it.
Detected a Cylon escort fleet, sir.
Time rewind.
Yeah, it's... And this time the escort fleet didn't jump her. We now have Cylons at Caprica and at Sagittarion. So now we want to look at our intelligence again. Sagittarion has already been upset with us. Caprica is not upset with us. I can't really jump out of Geminon right now because they were so upset with us that they stopped cooperating at all. And I just came back in there. So if I leave now, they're just going to go back to non-cooperative. That fleet is incomplete, so I can't do anything with that. I still have 3 turns on the Battlestar. Notice the rush keeps going down. This fleet could jump into here. It'll cost me because my drives aren't finished, but I'd rather spend it and jump. Hold on. Let's cancel that jump. We need to save our current game status. Now we hit the buttons in order. I'd rather make that jump now and spend the 80 than have her get jumped when we're ill-prepared. This officer is still doing, pardon me, public relations.
Bless you.
Thank you. And the Corvette cost too much in fleet points for her to get the upgrade she needs. And I don't believe she has enough. She does have enough. All right. She actually has enough points. She can have the next ship to come out of the fleet dock. We need to start getting better ships into the hands of these commanders. There's a commander here, there's a commander here, and there's a commander here, as well as the commander at Daedalus ship dock. This fleet has no commander. And it's basically being used as a ferry unit to bring other ships around the map. So if necessary, what it's doing is it's following the shipyard around and it's bringing fleets about the map.
Detected a Cylon escort fleet, sir.
We're gonna give that a roll of the dice, and we'll reload if we lose her. We need a full fleet getting into beta up here, and we did not lose a ship. Now, it just told us we did not lose a ship, and we did not lose a ship. So now we save our game status. I'm going to throw a new save down. Now you see right here, they're going to start being upset because as soon as we left, Cylons jumped in. You just can't win with these. But the Cylons aren't actually at Aquaria. They're at the moon Phoebe. Erelon is where I'm parked. So if we look at Erelon, they're pretty happy. And Aquaria, they're not great, but they're okay. They're concerned, but they're still providing resources. We're down to 2 turns. Sagittarion, however, is still occupied. That's not a good situation for us. Now, what I can do is build 2 Corvettes and rush 1 right now. And add it to Fleet 64. Now, this fleet is by no means big. But this fleet is big enough to be a little deterrent. And like I said, one of the things that I can use this fleet for is to ferry the units. And in order to protect the status of this fleet, instead of jumping in here and letting the Battlestar get produced, what I can instead do is jump both these fleets over here, fight this battle, let the Battlestar get produced here, and have this fleet ferry it over to here, pick up the frigate from this fleet, and bring it home. But now the limit on this is going to be the fact that I can add 1,500 points to this fleet, but that's it. I can't add the Battlestar and a Corvette. So I think that's what I'm going to choose to do. Because that'll bring Sagittarian's Tilium back into the fold.
Action stations. Set condition 1 throughout Daedalus.
I think that's the best way to go. We have 2, 4, 6 enemy vessels. I think they'll be rather surprised to see Daedalus Station and the fleet show up. Hopefully, this will be a relatively simple mission. Now, in theory, if I tell my ships I want them all to end in the same place, if they all start in the same place, I want them all to end in the same place, they should. As we've seen in previous battles, they tend to wiggle-waggle their way around the battlefield. So let's see what happens here.
Prepare to jump in 3, 2, 1.
But Sagittarion should be happy to see 2 fleets appear in orbit. Especially led by a Battlestar group.
Understood.
You know what? I'm going to put you on defense. Because that gives you the longest radius range. For detection purposes, you can switch to offense as soon as you detect the enemy. Go immediately to offensive mode.
Yes, sir.
You don't need repair. You need squadrons. So we now have 2 squadrons from each of the frigates. Well, 1 from each frigate, so 2 squadrons. 2 from the Battlestar and 2 from the Daedalus. So that's 6 squadrons. Unless all of those ships are Talons, we have them outnumbered in fighter craft. And I'm going to give them the highest radius range as well.
Watch your intervals, people.
The enemy has split their force. Not the smartest thing I've ever seen, but that can be a tactic that works. We are not going to divide our force. We're going to assign the Vipers a defensive role so that they are on hand when our Manticores start approaching the enemy. And I think I need to move these guys separately.
On it, Commander.
It is so hard to grab your movement. I want to keep the frigates doing the job.
Escort priority 1 still online.
Hostile unit identified.
All right, what's our hostile unit? It is a Nemesis. Fire munitions.
IFF confirms unit is hostile.
Zone is active.
They're all
Missiles
Nemesis.
incoming.
Marks incoming on priority 1.
Manticore is taking damage.
All right, I want you to select this target.
Squadron target is confirmed.
Looks like all 6 Nemesis fired on the same Manticore.
So say we all.
We are going to end
Missiles
your
incoming.
career.
Target is
Manticore is taking damage.
Yeah, Manticore's about to die.
Friendly unit is down.
I saw that coming from a mile away. They just, all 6 of them dumped their missiles into one Manticore. That was just cruel and unusual punishment. It's okay.
Yes, Commander.
Optimizing firing solutions.
Okay, we have a Manticore. We have a Nemesis down over here. Stay focused. I don't want you outpacing the Artemis. We're about to take the armor off of this one.
Set secondary battery. Full attack mode. Fire at will.
Coming up to 1 AM here, I'm off to catch some Z's.
All right, dog. Probably not going to be doing much more
Thanks
after
for the
this.
show. Catch you later.
Hey, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you. I hope that you enjoyed what you got to see, and you have a good night's rest.
Understood.
And these guys are at least a turn away from munitions, right? No, they're not. Here we go.
Get him! Get him! Get him!
This guy's gonna get taken down. All right.
Yes, sir.
Adjusting shot by .06. Fire! Solution updated. Target acquisition maintained.
Alright, we are definitely breaking formation over here, so we're going to boost out of formation. Even boosted, we're not staying with the frigates, but we're going to stay as close as we can to them. This guy's already losing his armor. And we're a turn away from launchers. Gotcha.
They're breaching our firewalls.
So say we all. Yes, sir.
That's what you get, frackers.
Is this old Battlestar or new Battlestar?
Hey, Patrick, it's based on the the reimagined series with focus on the Cylon War that we didn't get to see.
No toaster's gonna do me like that. Not today.
One more good salvo ought to do it.
Actual says to mop up and prepare for extraction.
Yes, Commander.
Oh, interesting. But I do miss the old Solons. Chrome shiny armor with that one roving eye. By
Well-
your command.
Well, this is kind of going to have the old Cylons because they mixed the 70s 8 series with the new storyline to give us the Cylon War we didn't see.
On it, Commander. Fighter squadron is taking fire.
If we haven't used up the whole armory, it's a good day.
That got a little messy.
Okay, that sounds cool.
Watch your intervals, people.
Escort priority 1 still online.
Escort clearance zone is active.
Marked incoming on priority 1. Target is 4-3 by 6-1. Optimizing firing solutions.
See, the Battlestar in this group.
Just finished a 5-hour stream and now I can relax and enjoy the show.
Oh, nice.
Hello Patrick, Doc.
The Battlestar in this group
That's
is
secondary
based
battery.
on the
Full attack
78
mode. Fire at will.
Galactica design.
Get him! Get him! Get him!
Objective
And
shot by .06. Fire!
The game will eventually have
Solution
three
updated. Target acquisition
classes
maintained.
of Battlestar in it.
They're breaching our firewalls.
That's what you get, frackers.
No toaster's gonna do me like that. Not today.
One more good salvo ought to do it.
Actual says to mop up and prepare for extraction.
If we haven't used up the whole armory, it's a good day. They're breaking! Push the line!
That got a little messy.
I played a new game today, After Image. It's hella fun. It's a lot like Hollow Knight or Ori and the Blind Forest, but instead of being a creature you are a woman.
Nice.
But after 5 hours of such a platformer, my poor thumb hurts.
Yeah, I bet. See, I wish there was something you got for your ship gaining experience. We now have Vergon back, but faltering. Once they're no longer faltering, I can jump over to Leonis with that fleet. Eventually, Each colony needs their own Battlestar group. But I've noticed I have not been gaining RP despite winning battles. I need 800 RP to get the next Viper, which ironically, it's a lot faster and does a little more damage, but it's got lower hull points. I don't know that they're going to be a better choice until I get them.
Cylon escort group has been detected.
Wow, they are really clustered around this moon. We're bringing the second Battlestar to this group right here. He needs another 190 experience to be promoted, but he is the most experienced commander I have. And, well, I think he's tied now, experience-wise, to be honest. Because the Daedalus commander is also a 6,000-point fleet commander.
Detected a Cylon strike fleet, sir.
All right, 0% chance of casualties. So we are going to go with the auto-resolve on that.
Battlestar group is under attack.
Again, we're going to go with the auto-resolve because 0% chance of casualties. Yes, it's going to cost 130 Tillium to
Fleet
jump
group
there.
is ready to jump. Detected a Cylon escort fleet, sir. A fortified colony is under attack.
I fucked up. I didn't save. I'm going to try to auto-resolve. If not, we're going back a couple of turns by reloading. I can't afford to lose this commander. She's the only one over there. She only lost a Manticore. That's acceptable. All right, now here's some fancy footwork. The Thea will detach. Then the Bishop will transfer to 17, which is now 2 Battlestars, a frigate, and 4 corvettes. And now the Thea will transfer to 64. Who is going to jump up here to deliver corvettes. Yes, we know how much it costs to jump. This fleet is, their sole purpose is to move ships to other fleets. It's going to deliver corvettes up to there, and we're going to save right now. Current state of the game is 100% acceptable.
A fortified colony is under attack.
We're going to attempt the auto-resolve. There's an 11% chance of casualties. This fleet does not have any ships it can accept loss on. So if we lose, we will reload the save.
Fleet group has its coordinates.
And we're going to highlight the fleet. Yes, I know it's costing me the fuel. And this Corvette is waiting for you to get home. And we are going to start building another Battlestar. Help if I pushed build, though, wouldn't it? Eventually, we need a second fleet for Beta, but we need multiple fleets for every sector. I'm happy with this save game.
Cylon
And-
escort group has been detected.
They tried to jump that fleet in transit, but that's okay. We have Colonial Fleet 51 present, so what we're going to do is we're going to transfer the Trident to 51. And we're going to transfer... Oh, hold on, we're going to close that. 51 only has 500 points left. Gotcha. So we're going to transfer the Saratoga to 51. Now there is no way to get back to the shipyard without doing 2 jumps minimum, without doing 3 jumps minimum. So we're going to jump 1. Come on. Remember the button order.
Detected a Cylon escort fleet, sir. Fleet group has its coordinates.
Now we check the intelligence map. They are concerned. They are no longer faltering. We can now jump to Leonis. So we find Leonis, which is right there. We jump to Leonis. No, Leonis. Confirm jump.
Fleet group has its coordinates.
That group had a ship in it that previously jumped. That's why it cost something for them to jump. This group needs to jump to this location. They're jumping to another fleet location so that if the Cylons jump them, the other fleet can take on the fight. Intelligence says Pycon and Toron are very concerned. Caprica and Geminon are steadfast and stable. So now I have to choose one of those locations to fight. Geminon, Caprica, Toron, and Pycon. Toron's the worst off. So I say we fight in Toron, and that will be the last fight of the day. My last planned fight of the day. And we'll see how the new Battlestar group works out, because the Battlestar group has not been tested out with 2 Battlestars in it. We're going to save before we go.
Cylon strike group has been detected. Cylon escort group has been detected. One of our allies is being attacked.
Naturally, they took off as soon as they saw 2 Battlestars come into orbit. Toron immediately started improving. I have to stay in orbit to get them from concerned, however. So that's going to be a couple of turns. And there was no fight. Ophion is not a planet, it's a moon. I'm not required to go fight there. All right. That is the actual battle group. This is the ferry group. This battle group does not have enough points to take any ships from the ferry group. So the ferry group is going to jump. Yes, I'm spending the money. What's our build time on the Battlestar? One more turn. We're going to build. When the Battlestar comes out, we're going to rush the Corvette. That'll also give us the ferry group can jump in, pick up the Battlestar and the Corvette that's already here, and we can reorganize this battle group into a Battlestar group by jumping in with the Battlestar.
Battlestar is ready for orders.
All right. We don't need to rush it, because by the time the ferry group arrives, the Corvette will be available. We are spending Tillium to make those jumps, but it is worthwhile. Now then, the only Battlestar group that has 2 Battlestars is the independent Battlestar group. I think that's a fair one. They are 2 Battlestars, a frigate, and 4 Corvettes. Intelligence still has them listed as concerned at Tauron, so we cannot leave. Leon is still listed as faltering. We cannot leave. I will assemble the Battlestar group, and we will stop at Libran before we leave to... Well, we'll jump the Daedalus space station to Libran. But that'll be next week, because that's going to be a battle, I think. Libran. That's an event. All right. Let's end our turn.
A fortified colony is under attack. Corvette is ready for orders.
All right. We have Fleet 64. So Let's transfer to 64. Transfer to 64. They can't transfer to 64. What's in 64 then? That we have 2 frigates and a carrier. Let's detach the carrier, transfer to 64. And you there. Transfer to 64. That'll be 50 points too many. What is still in 64? I have Corvette, frigate, frigate. All right, let's drop this other frigate. I don't need them. I need that in 64. I need you to jump. We're going to put a Battlestar group in Delta. Hopefully by 5:30 I will have a Battlestar group in Delta, a Battlestar group in Alpha, and one in Gamma. Then I'll only need to create a Battlestar group next week to transport up to Beta. And actually what'll end up happening is the Battlestar group will be created and transferred from Gamma up into Delta, and then the Delta group will transport over to Beta, and Beta will have both a Battlestar group and a frigate group until a Battlestar can be transported to the frigate group. And then they'll have 2 Battlestar groups there, 1 for each colony. All right, what's intelligence say? We have concern in Alpha, but everybody is moving the right direction. We have unstable at Leonis. They are no longer in the wrong position. So Beta is back on board. Delta is the worst condition right now. We have concern at Canceron, unstable at Aquaria, and we will fix Aquaria as quickly as we can. Aquaria is this one here.
Base star group has been detected.
Base star group has been detected. That's a new ship type. Either this one or this one is a base star group. Base star is definitely going to be able to carry 2 or 3 raider groups. That's going to be an issue for us to take on. They have 1,800 points.
A fortified colony is under attack.
And I, of course, have to fight it because it's Daedalus Group. But it's Daedalus Group, and they're literally attacking with almost nothing in points value, so we should be okay here. I just need to see where they're coming from. Of course they're coming from behind us. I did not rebuild my lost unit, so proceed. We are shy one.
Understood.
We're going to launch all squadrons, and we're going to go to full attack mode. Full attack mode. And these guys are going to boost. They're going to circle.
On it, Commander.
And they're going to... They can't go to defense mode until they stop boosting. Now the enemy fleet, which was all facing that way, 3 of them have come this way. It's okay. I really dislike when the game puts your pointers on the damn map to tell you which direction the enemy is facing, only to change its mind, basically. What I'm doing there is trying to get them all stacked together.
So say we all.
For their maneuvering.
Understood.
And I want you on defense so that you can get Dratus contact quicker.
IFF confirms unit is hostile.
They get to start right next to us and in range of the station. So wonderful, isn't it? All right, where's my fighters? There they are. Everybody defend Daedalus Station till further notice. I want you to clear this way and fire munitions on that target. And then I want you, yes, to continue forward. You can't fire munitions till you pass the station.
Hostile unit identified.
Come on, come on, come on.
Oh, he just boosted to...
Missiles incoming!
You're gonna fire munitions on him. And you're going to go this way and focus fire on him as well. And I bet you're not going to shoot at those missiles, are you? You did a little bit.
Daedalus is under attack.
Priority 1.
Target is 45 by 62.
Yes, Commander.
Thanks for zooming in the worst way you could think of. Could you please acknowledge the fact that I was trying to get all of them at the same time?
Escort clearance zone intact. Priority 1 is in safe hands. Optimizing firing solution.
All right, which one is damaged most?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
We'll take that one as a target.
Fighter squadron is taking fire. Understood.
Been through worse.
You know what? We need to get these ships into the battle.
Understood. Missiles incoming! Manticore is taking damage.
Yeah,
Daedalus is under attack.
That guy's dead.
Reloading.
Quick and dirty. And came darn close to losing that Manticore. Didn't, but came close. We might be going to 6 just to get things cleaned up.
Come on, come on, come on.
Go, go, go! Arcs incoming on priority 1.
Target is 45 by 62.
Escort clearance zone intact. Priority 1 is in safe hands. Optimizing firing solution.
Yeah, guided missiles, ladies and gentlemen. Can't avoid friendly targets with guided missiles.
Reloading.
All right. She needs to drop a ship. So this is Fleet Group 32. We transfer the Loki to 32. .32 has enough points left to get a Corvette. We're going to transfer that to 32. Now we go to 32, and the Loki becomes the flagship. Then we take that. Now in Delta, we have Steadfast and Unstable, so we're going to jump that fleet group, the Battlestar group, to Aquaria. And we are going to jump this group back to the fleet yards. Now we have Caprica has a Cylon group at it. We don't like that, but we don't know what that group is made up of. It may have a base star. I'm not ready for that big of a fight. Although, if we have to run till 6 p.m., I might want to try that out, knowing that I'm gonna save. So let's do our jump.
Cylon strike group has been detected. A fortified colony is under attack.
We have 0 chance to lose anything and 100% chance to win, so we're going to auto-resolve that. Let's check our intelligence reports. Aquaria is immediately happy and getting better. Caprica is remaining steadfast even with the Cylons in orbit. Pycon is concerned but improving. Leonis is unstable and improving. The Gamma quadrant is losing faith at Scorpia and Libran. Libran, we're just doing a countdown on, if I'm not mistaken, because they had that, yeah, they had that mission that I didn't want to do, and then Scorpia needs to be dealt with there. All right, we've got Colonial Fleet 64, which is made up of way too many big ships. What do we have going on here? All right, I need a Corvette now. And that Corvette needs to be transferred to Daedalus Group. And they will jump directly in there. 64? No, they're jumping in here. I forgot to do the confirm.
Sir.
64 is going to jump in here. It's a good number. Our intelligence report says things are currently looking good. Once this is no longer unstable, we can start jumping back and forth between these planets to keep the Tilium production up. Eventually, there's a mission at Canceron that I need to do, but I need another fleet. Save the current status. Let's end the turn and see what happens.
Cylon escort group has been detected. Action stations. Set condition 1 throughout Daedalus.
This time we're jumping in on them. This is a fight we chose. That's a full-sized fleet. We have no idea its makeup. And before we proceed, I'm going to rinse the restroom. Okay. Grab myself a snack.
Prepare to jump in 3, 2, 1.
All right, if we look, all enemy ships are heading in this direction. No ship has the ability to turn on a dime. By putting the station on defense.
Understood.
I was able to get most of that enemy fleet into Dratus contact.
Yes, sir.
Now here's what's going to happen. I am either going to go around this way or this way. If I go this way, they're going to continue this way. If I go this way, they're going to turn and come this way. There is no winning in this situation.
On it, Commander.
And now they say that I'm crashing. But they may be saying that because these ships are currently scheduled to go forward.
Yes, Commander.
Nope. They are saying that because these ships are crashing.
So say we all.
The corvettes cannot be on attack mode because of the way the game sets it up. You can't be on attack while boosting. All right, we have 3 Talons, 4 Nemesis. And look at that. These are going to crash into each other if I do that maneuver. Even though they shouldn't.
Yes, sir.
Let's see what happens if I individually move them the way I want to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Look at that.
Yes, Commander.
They maintain formation and don't crash into each other. Fucking beautiful.
Yes, Commander.
So according to the property manager, the pest control
Escort
people
priority
only
one
checked a
still
handful of
online.
apartments, instead of checking us all. Thus why I never
Escort
saw them
clearance zone
yesterday.
intact. Priority 1 is in safe hands.
But only checking a handful.
She sounds frustrated and surprised that they didn't do the whole building.
Would leave the building vulnerable if the bugs were in apartments that they didn't check. I mean, I'm no pest control specialist, but it sounds kind of stupid to me.
On it, Commander.
Exactly.
Fighter squadron is taking fire.
Coming on priority 1. Go, go, go!
Missiles incoming!
Wow. That Nemesis missed whatever it aimed at.
I'm guessing that's why she sounded frustrated.
I am too, Zero. We're gonna load or unload our guns on some raiders to help our fighters out.
Damn, it had to restart Brave.
Manticore is taking damage.
Keep your target locked and watch for clearance.
Target locked and firing.
Yes, Commander.
I will be interested to see if she asks the property management company to bring them back to finish the job.
Me too.
Yes, sir.
Cryptor! Cryptor! I'm taking hit!
Daedalus is under attack.
Being shot by .17. Fire.
All right, it looks like there's only 2 Raider squadrons left, but they are, well, one of them's almost gone. This Nemesis is almost gone. This Nemesis is damaged. This one's about to get pummeled. I'm going to use concentrated fire from the Battlestar group here on them. No missiles yet. Once the Raiders are gone, we can use the fighters to We've already lost a squadron. Squadron from Dayton is gone.
Daedalus is taking damage.
Battery. Full attack mode. Fire at will.
This one here is...
God damn it! They got...
Alright, we got 2 Nemesis down. The Raiders are fighting in the shadow of the shipyard. So they're almost gone. We're going to fire munitions, but not on... Ooh, what do we have here? Is that Nemesis back here full health? He is. All right. Fire munitions on him.
Understood.
Solution updated. Target acquisition maintained.
Break, break, break!
There are no Raider squadrons left.
Squadron target is confirmed. Understood. Yes, Commander. Missiles incoming!
We're gonna hammer the frackers so they can't get back up.
Yeah, that guy's about to die. Let me take a good close look at these Vipers. Yeah, one of them's down to hull 18.
Understood.
Optimizing firing solutions.
You've got your mission, men.
Yes, sir.
Those launchers are reloading, gotcha.
Manticore is taking damage.
All right, we have no fear of incoming missiles. Most of us don't have bottom armor anymore.
Manticore is taking damage. And yes, I know that there's only one Cylon left.
We've got them now.
But go ahead and target them anyway. Alright, let's take a look at that replay. The cinematic replay is definitely still my favorite part of this game.
Escort Priority 1 still online. Escort clearance zone intact. Priority 1 is in safe hands. Mark, incoming on Priority 1. Go, go, go!
Get him, get him, get him!
Target locked and firing. Grifter! Grifter! I'm taking hit!
Adjusting shot by .17. Fire.
Set secondary battery. Full attack mode. Fire at will. God damn it! It got me!
Station updated. Target acquisition maintained. Break, break, break!
Oh, look at that beautiful.
We're gonna hammer the frackers so they can't get back up.
Just as they started to try the hack,
Optimizing firing solutions. Got them now.
Daedalus, of course, destroyed nothing. The Battlestar, because the fighters destroying something counts as the Battlestar destroying something. We got 2 ships destroyed. No ships destroyed by the Amunet. The Dayton destroyed 1. Our Corvette destroyed 1, and our youngest Corvette, the newest one on the group, destroyed 2. Very nicely done, if I do say so myself. And now that Scorpia has been relieved of the Cylon threat, we can be sure that Gamma will remain steadfast. Aquaria, they should do okay there. We'll be bouncing around Delta until we get a second fleet in there. The same with Beta. Beta is going to be an issue until we get a second fleet up into Beta. And Beta has the drawback of being very far from us. And this Cylon fleet is located at Troy, which is not a colony world. I'm at Leonis. Vergon is the other colony world. Pallas and Hera are not colony worlds. I don't have to worry about them. And because Vergon's output is so low, and when I get one more level of happiness out of Leonis, I'll jump back to Vergon. Pycon, I should jump to, which is here. This officer does have the fleet points to get promoted. I can increase his fleet points which will make his fleet larger. His fleet potential larger. So now he has the potential of removing that frigate. The frigate costs, we look at this costs 750 fleet points. So if I remove that from his fleet, that'll bring him down to 5,100, and then add another Battlestar. That'll bring him up to 6650. That'll give him a 3 Battlestar group, giving him 6 squadrons and 4 corvettes. And still have points in place where he could switch a corvette out for another type of ship. Intelligence-wise, Pycon is the lowest producing free planet that's not showing enemies in orbit. So he's going to jump to Pycon. We are currently not building any ships, and we have the Tilium to build a Battlestar, so we're going to build the Battlestar. This officer has a Battlestar. She is not. Does she have the... She needs another 144 experience, so she does not have the experience to be promoted yet. What's her experience? She does have experience to get promoted, so let's promote her. That now means she has room to... She could drop a corvette and add a Battlestar to her group. Group 64 has no officer. So if I want to recruit an officer, where's this officer from? Scorpia. This one is from Aquaria. This one's Libran, and this one's from Gemini. Scorpia is possibly the strongest option. I need 5 more RP to recruit an officer. And I don't know where I'm going to get the RP from.
Commander, Admiral, while we were
I'll get
anchored at Aquaria,
860
Simmons
from
came
there.
across some disturbing intelligence about one of our allies.
We finished
So-
debriefing the Celestra just a little while ago. Although the project was Tauran-owned, most of the crew is Canceran. Mostly engineers and deckhands working
Next
on
week I can
federal prison
get
debts. Their opinions on Canceran's
this
prison systems were
860.
scathing at best. One man insisted his uncle had been abducted by Cylons, herded out of the complex with a dozen other inmates, while the guards just stood by and watched. It didn't sound like an isolated incident either.
We've received no formal requests from the Canceran government to respond to these Cylon incursions. But I have tracked Cylon IFFs to at least one station, with no hostile engagements publicly recorded by authorities.
That is reason enough to warrant a closer look. Commander, get a fleet to Canceran to investigate the prison station. I'll deal with any politicians on the ground as needed.
So it won't give us a lot of Tillium, but it will give us a lot of RP. And that'll let me recruit a commander. And that commander can be used in the escort fleet. Because the escort fleet is just not... It's not a viable fleet, really. You know, we have ships just floating out here doing nothing.
Fleet group is ready to jump.
Looks like Aquaria is the place I want to stay until we go to Canceran. Until Leonis goes up a status level, I don't want to leave there. And we're moving the fleet element in Gamma to stick around the shipyard just so they can't get jumped while they're isolated. I don't like the idea of them being alone and getting jumped. I can't combine them into one fleet because of the fleet point system. So let's...
Cylon escort group has been detected.
Get our fleets
We have
all
a
in
new
one
mission,
place.
Commander.
A new mission has appeared, but it's at Hera, which is not a major concern of ours. Cylon Fleet 98 has moved itself. We've seen it floating around. Cylon Fleet 109, that looks like a new fleet. 107. Is sitting at Geminon. Next week, I'm going to have to choose which of those fleets to attack first. All right, Vergon is now losing favor. So I really have to make that jump over there. Because, oh, that's... I thought that this fleet jumped in on this moon at Pallas. It jumped in on Vergon. I need a Battlestar group up there, really. What's my build time? 3 turns left. All right, I need to do something to earn RP. So next week we're going to be focused on RP gains, which, if I'm not mistaken, these diplomacy missions and the storyline missions are where I get those from. So that's what I'm going to have to do next week. But we have got a lot done today. We did not lose a lot of ground today. We got Battlestars into the field. We have 2 Battlestars in this fleet group, and we are on the verge of putting this into a 3 Battlestar group. This is perhaps the best battle fleet we have. We have a Battlestar in this group, a Battlestar in Battlefleet Daedalus, and we have enough fleet points to put a Battlestar in this group if we can get it there. The whole point of it is, of course, getting it there. Which I think we can. I don't think it's that difficult to get a Battlestar somewhere. And unless I'm incorrect about the way that the game does battles, the only battles I have to participate in are the battles at Daedalus. Even if I have overwhelming odds, I have to participate in Daedalus Shipyard because there's always a chance you'll lose a ship. And if you lose the Daedalus, you've lost the game. So in order to not lose the Daedalus, you can't auto-resolve, which makes sense. And I appreciate them building that into the mechanics. And because they built that into the mechanics, the others are relatively easy to auto-resolve. When I have a 100% chance of winning and a stated 0% chance of ship loss, especially if I've recently saved, I'll auto-resolve in order to get the battle over quickly and move the tactical situation forward so I could get towards those RP points. as I stated, my goal is going to be to get Battlestar groups for every colony. And I think we're going to start using some independent ship maneuvering instead of group maneuvering for weapon system firing. Because although the devastating firepower of the missile barrages is just flat out killing Nemesis, do I need to fire the whole fleet at a single ship and watch that ship get destroyed and then have another 16 missiles fly into the debris? I think that we're seeing some overkill because of it. So let's just reiterate that save. And now I would like to thank you for coming out for the up to 6 hours we have been out here today playing Battlestar Galactica Deadlock. I hope you've all had a good time because I definitely enjoy bringing it to you. I'm still working on the Skyrim reinstall, so stay tuned for when that hits.
GG, have a great night, Rob. Have a great night, everyone.
For when that hits the alternate Thursdays. Just working out some details on the mod pack that I've selected. Until then, well, tomorrow we will have our normal Fallout Friday. So until then, take care, everybody. Check in on friends and family. Make sure everybody's doing okay. I'm Rob. Thanks for gaming with RP.